It's now 6 p.m. and I am going to call this meeting to order. I call this meeting of the Prosper Independent School District to order. Let the record show that a quorum of board members is present, that this meeting has been duly called, and that notice of this meeting has been posted in accordance with Texas Open Meetings Act, Texas Government Code, Chapter 551. Tonight we're going to go immediately into into closed session. Closed session, we're going to, in accordance with Texas Government Code Chapter 551.071, .072, .074, and .076. The board will now go into closed session. Good evening. The time is 7:00 p.m. and we are back from closed session. We're reconvening in open meeting. Tonight, Trustee Dial has offered to give the invocation. Trustee Dial.
Yeah, please bow your heads with me. Father God, you are a good God, and we have much to be thankful for. God, I just am thankful that you have gone before us, and nothing is a surprise to you. So God, that I just pray that as we meet tonight, that we would be servant leaders in our community who choose to do the right thing always, and just pray for wisdom and discernment for the things that are before us. God, we love you and thank you for the many blessings you give each one in this room. Thank you for the students, staff, teachers, and families that make up Prosper ISD. In your name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Would you please stand with us? We're going to say the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Tonight, I'm going to ask that we do something a little bit different. Please remain standing. We're going to have the national anthem by some of Prosper ISD's finest.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous night o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming. On the rockets red alert of God's blessing gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Well done. That was wonderful. Great job.
Thank you so much to our students. Okay, we're now at agenda item 6 for future business important dates. I'm going to ask Trustee Cavender as board secretary to share these dates with us.
February 17th, we'll have bad weather makeup day if we have bad weather between now and then.
Not happening.
Not happening.
No.
February 17th is also the last day to file for place on the general election ballot. February 20th is a professional learning student holiday, and February 20th is also our next regular school board meeting.
Thank you, Trustee Cavender. We're at agenda item 7. We have some celebrations tonight.
Yes.
Dr. Ferguson, would you lead us in these?
So it is great honor. Our Texas Music Educators Association has honored several of our Prosper ISD students, and there is no greater honor than when our students reach to the state level with their performance. There is an added benefit for the district as well as the campus that they're coming from, because now they're highlighted. And so more people get to learn about this magical place called Prosper ISD through the lens of our students and the many talents. I'd like to honor Samuel Harden. Samuel, are you here tonight? There you are. Come on up. Front and and every one of you for what you've done, because I know that it was with a lot of hard work and a lot of dedication to reach to this level. And I also want to say thank you to the parents. Thank you so much for your commitment. The countless hours that you've listened to instruments or singing. I know that that didn't always probably come as easy as you had hoped as parents, but I will tell you that where they are now, we are all very, very blown away by the many talents that they have, and we count this as one of our greatest gifts in Prosper ISD is each of you and what you've been able to do. You've set a standard of expectation for all of the students beneath you, so continue to just provide excellence in all that you do. And I know not only are they excellent at their fine arts, but they have a high level of commitment to their academics as well, which makes this even more special. So thank you so much to each and every one of you for representing Prosper ISD at the highest level. Ask Mr. Alstron and then also their teachers to come join in this picture, because it's not lost on me that this also does not happen without great educators. There. Find your window.
It's awesome.
Congratulations. Next up, we released this in December right as we were leaving for the break, but we want to always take a moment and pause. The work of an educator is extremely long hours, a lot of time away from family, and many hours away from family because of evening events and just the emotion that comes with the job. And so I want to make sure that we're honoring our principals. I know that we did this with our high school principals during our December meeting, but we certainly want to honor our elementary principals. I'd like Miss Alyssa Andrews to please come forward. Mrs. Ashley Gannon. Dr. Jennifer Henson. Mrs. Amy Stanton. Mrs. Virginia Grace. And Mrs. Katie McLean. I want to say it's my honor to have the privilege, after so many years in Prosper ISD, to work with each one of these great leaders. Even if it's only been for a small amount of time or it's been for many, many years, watching their journey from teacher to assistant principal and now to principal. It's one of the greatest gifts a superintendent can have, because I know the impact that they have on each and every one of our students. So I want to thank you for your leadership, and I also want to thank you for your commitment to our students and our staff and our parents. It does not go without notice, and I know that you have a lot of hard work ahead of you, but know that we are here to support you. Our community supports you, and I know that our staff will do incredible things under your leadership. Miss Andrews will be going to Baker Elementary because Miss Gannon said she wanted to hang out with them 3- and 4-year-olds. And I said, well, okay. You're cute, right? Really cute. And then Dr. Henson, who opened up Stuber Elementary, is actually moving over to Christie Elementary. And so we're excited to have her make that move. And then there became a position at Johnson Elementary. And Miss Stanton, who has been serving as the assistant principal, has now stepped into being principal at Johnson. And Miss Jovina Grace just joined us, but she had several years under her belt coming to a district from the South where we'll recruit some more teachers from. This is all on video, right? Sure. And she has has done an excellent job at Spradley Elementary and will be opening up Liliana Elementary. And then Mrs. Katie McLean will take over Stuber because Dr. Henson is moving over to Christie Elementary. But I will tell you that I could not be more proud of these leaders and what they will be able to accomplish for our students. So thank you so much. And I want to say thank you to their families. If you're a family member, just raise your hand, because this is a family commitment. I will let you out of the hot seat and out of the spotlight. Thank you so much for all that you do. And now we have Mayor Bristol, who has a proclamation, I believe. Mayor Bristol, but you have the floor.
Thank you very much. My name is David Bristol. I'm the mayor of Prosper. The interesting thing is to watch all these new principals is the first time I met Dr. Ferguson, she was the assistant principal of, I believe it was still Prosper Elementary before it was Rucker Elementary.
Who's the principal?
Well,
I think I was doing both jobs. It's fine.
It goes back for a long way. Thank you. This is a proclamation from the town council, myself, and it is a proclamation to honor our board members. So all of the board members here, much like our town council members, spend a lot of valuable time working to serve the students and the citizens of this school district. And I personally thank each and every one of you. I know the effort that you guys have put in along the way, and we'll say that a little bit more here. So the proclamation reads, whereas the mission of public schools is to meet the diverse educational needs of all children and to empower them to become competent, productive contributors to a democratic society in an ever-changing world. Whereas local school board members are committed to children and believe that all children can be successful learners and that the best education is tailored to the individual needs of each child. And local school board members work closely with parents, education professionals, and other community members to create the educational vision we want for our students. And whereas local school board members are responsible for ensuring the structure that provides a solid foundation for our school system. And whereas local school board members are strong advocates for public education and are responsible for communicating the needs of the school district to the public and the public's expectations to the district. Now therefore I, David F. Bristol, Mayor of the Town of Prosper, Texas, do hereby proclaim January 2023 as School Board Recognition Month in the Town of Prosper, and I urge all citizens to join me in recognizing the dedication and hard work of local school board members and in working with them to mold an education system that meets the needs of both today's and tomorrow's children. Thank you to all of our school board members for all the work they do for each and every one.
Thank you.
Man, I did not get the shoe. I did not get the shoes.
Thank you so much, Mayor Bristol, and for the town council.
I want to say thank you to Mayor Bristol. I think this is the first time that this has happened, where the town has come and honored our school board. And I want to say just a word about Mayor Bristol because he's sitting right here. I cannot thank you enough for your commitment to really working with us, communicating with us, and being a partner with us. Because what Mayor Bristol fully understands and what I've known about him for years, even though he thought I was an assistant principal. I've known about him for years is that he believes in the children of this community, and he knows how very important this partnership is. So I want to say thank you for everything that you have done and everything that you will do. It has truly been my honor to work alongside you as well as all of our wonderful town council members. So thank you. So I would like to welcome back Mr. McGuire and the We Note Choir from Rock Hill High School.
And my apologies to the board. They don't get to see what you all get to see. So.
There are places I'll remember all my life. Though some have changed, some forever, not for better. Some have gone, and some remain. In my life, I love them all. But of all these friends and lovers, there is no one compares with you, and these memories lose their meaning when I think of love as something new. I know I'll never lose affection for people that need to and when to live more. I know I'll often stop and think about them. In my life, I love you all. Though I know I'll never lose affection for people and things that went before, I know I'll often stop and think about them. In my life, I love you all. In my life, I love you all.
Mm.
Don't take them yet. I think I see some tears in the audience.
Thank you, and thank you to each of you. I know that this was extra time and effort for this evening, but it was absolutely perfect, practically perfect in every single way, and your words spoke to exactly the moment that they needed to speak to. So thank you for that, and thank you again for making time this evening. Mr. McGuire, continue to lead with excellence and create the greatest gift that we have, our children and their many talents. Thank you.
If I may, I know we didn't get to see the children's faces, but we got to hear their beautiful voices. But watching the pride in that educator's face as those kids were singing was really special.
And the parents' face.
And the parents' faces, that's right.
We got the view of the parents.
So I'm actually going to ask each one of you to step down when I call your name. So Mr. Wilborn as our school board president, if you will come down. Ms. Smith as our vice president. Mr. Cavender, secretary. Mr. Linker, school board member. Mr. Beaver, school board member. Mrs. Dina Dixon, school board member. Mr. Jordan Dial, school board member. Your strength and commitment to Prosper ISD has not gone without notice, and especially by your superintendent, but you have a room full of staff members, parents, and students who support you and love you. I know that you make $0, even though there might be a rumor out there that you have shares in the company. You don't. There are no shares in the company, right, Dr. Finn, of a school district. But each one of you go above and beyond. The hours that you put in, my goodness, it's way more than has ever been expected before in Prosper ISD. And I know that I've pushed you. Being able to connect with our community and our staff is invaluable for your role as a school board member. Many of you know this about me, but I was a school board member's child. And that also is not easy. So I want to say thank you to your families and to your children for the times that you might be at dinner and you get pulled away, or the time that you're at maybe even a holiday thing and a text comes in because I need to text you something that is happening within the district. Because see, the work that you do is about the lives of children and staff, and that work never takes a break. And I could not be more proud to have all 7 of you standing by my side to do this work in this incredible district, the best district in the state of Texas. We have a lot of work to do, and we're certainly not perfect, but I couldn't ask for a better team to be by my side to support the incredible staff members, the 25,000 plus students that we have, and countless numbers of parents who have moved to this community specifically for this school district. You've built this. And so I want to say thank you. I want to say thank you publicly so that everyone hears that. And I also want to let you know about a few things. So you have thank you cards from the elementary campuses. So thank you to all of our elementary students. You won't be able to see all of these things, but we walked into a conference room this evening full of gifts from our students from across the district. Also, those superhero pictures that you had, and then y'all put them down because you didn't want to be called Spider-Man, maybe during public comment. I understand. We have a t-shirt design from our Rock Hill Graphic Design Practicum class. We have a shirt printing from our Prosper High Prepare to Prosper. And that's our 18 plus students. That's a pretty special gift right there. Forward Together, which is the theme from the Texas Association of School Boards in the state of Texas, and it's an art project that our middle school campuses did for you. The flowers, they have this beautiful floral arrangement, and it smells like lilies in the back. Although Ms. Dixon started sneezing, but she'll be fine. I gave her a little medicine, she's all set. So our floral design students from Prosper High School put those together, and it looks like it came straight out of a florist shop. It's incredible. Sweet treats from our Rock Hill High School culinary students. And I will say that I was actually in the kitchen the other day because I was maybe hoping something was big left. And they were like, we're working on those. And I was like, what are those? And they said, gifts for the school board. And I was like, I hope we make another batch. So I'm sure it'll be great this second batch go around. So thank you. Thank you for everything that you do. I couldn't do what I do without your support and with your gratitude, and also sometimes giving that little nudge when a nudge needs to be given, but also giving that hug when a hug needs to be given. So thank you so very much for everything that you do. I would ask that we all give them a round of applause. Thank you.
That takes us through agenda item 7. We're now at, we're gonna allow just a minute, that's right, I'm sorry. Whenever we have students here and we do the special recognitions, we wanna allow just a minute for those who are not going to hang out with us for the rest of our agenda. So if you've had enough, we thank you for coming.
Yes,
We'll do it again next month.
not this much fun. but It would be great if we could, though.
We're now at agenda item 8. It is public comment on agenda items. Tonight, we have 12 individuals who have signed up for public comment on agenda items. So we're going to do that in just a minute. Before we do, I have a statement that I just need to read for those who are going to speak. All public comments at a regularly scheduled school board meeting should be limited to school district governance and operations. If you have a specific concern related to an employee of the district or a specific student, you're encouraged to utilize the district's grievance procedures provided in board policies FNG, DGBA, or GF Local. Please note that the board will not respond to comments or questions raised during public comment. Pursuant to Prosper ISD Board Policy BED Local, audience participation at a board meeting is limited to the portion of the meeting designated to receive public comment in accordance with that policy. When necessary for effective meeting management or to accommodate large numbers of individuals wishing to address the board, the presiding officer may make adjustments to public comment procedures, including establishing an overall time limit for public comment and adjusting the time allowed for each speaker. However, no individual shall be given less than 1 minute to make comments. Based on the number of individuals, again, we have 12 tonight, each speaker will be allotted 2 minutes to speak. At this time, we will hear comments related to items on the agenda. Comments about a topic not on the agenda will be heard toward the end of the meeting. Please note if you begin to speak on an item that is not on the agenda during this portion of the meeting, I'll ask you to stop speaking and wait until the non-agenda time for comments. The board will show each speaker courtesy and respect while he or she is speaking, and we simply ask that you do the same to the board. Should any speaker disregard this request and become a disruption, I'll be forced to prematurely end that speaker's time at the podium. Additionally, in light of issues we've experienced over the past several board meetings, I must reiterate a call for respect. While the board understands the presence of thoughts, feelings, and emotions, the recent demonstrations of self-control and decorum have deteriorated. I must make you aware that the board no longer allows for audible responses to a speaker's comments. Out of respect to both the speaker and the audience, I kindly ask that you completely refrain from clapping, cheering, yelling, booing, or otherwise audibly responding during this time. Failure to adhere to this request for respect will be considered a disruption to the meeting. Should any audience member or group of audience members become a disruption, I'll be forced to remove that person or group from tonight's meeting. Finally, it is important to the board that we hear from parents and other individuals in our own community. To that end, when each speaker gets to the podium, we simply ask that you tell us your name and whether you live within Prosper ISD boundaries. I'm going to ask that Trustee Cavender would keep time for each speaker. And again, you'll be allotted 2 minutes. I'll call your name, and I'm just going to call them in the order that they are listed during sign up. Our first speaker tonight is Ryan Church, followed by Skylar Stubblefield. Is Ryan Church still here or here tonight? All right. Come on, Mr. Church. You have 2 minutes to address the board. Good evening.
Good evening. I'm Ryan Church. I'm in Prosper.
Okay. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Ryan Church, and I'm a sophomore at the Prosper High School. 8 of my years in school have been spent in Prosper ISD. Tonight, I wanted to thank Dr. Ferguson and the school board for a few things that are unique to Prosper ISD and have made a positive impact on my life. As a kid, there are a few things that really matter to us. 1, when you care to show up. 2, when you remember our names. And 3, when you listen and let us give input on things going on in our school. First, Dr. Ferguson, thank you for caring to remember my name. When I went to school in Frisco, I had 2 different superintendents. I didn't even know what they looked like or what their names were, and there's no way they knew mine. Second, thank you for allowing me to be part of the Superintendent's Student Advisory Council. I really appreciate getting the chance to speak about the things I do and don't like about my school. Thank you for letting us tell you the things we want to change to make our school better and for being willing to work with us to solve the problems. I'm always excited for our meetings because you make us feel like we matter. Lastly, I don't play any sports at the district level, but I love going to as many games as I can. And you know I love a good dress-up theme. Something I've noticed is that you're at all the games I go to when my mom is usually at home in her bed watching Netflix because because I know she's tired from teaching. I know the board will vote on renewing your contract tonight, and I hope that they vote 7-0 to keep you because I don't want to know what Prosper ISD would be like without you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Church. No clapping, I'm sorry, not even for the students. As much as we appreciate our students, we're gonna try not to clap for our students tonight. And I apologize, I should have announced this earlier. Ryan was speaking on agenda item 16B. Skylar Stubblefield,
Hello.
we're gonna try not to clap for you.
Okay, thank you.
All right, and Skylar is speaking on agenda item 16B.
Yes. So good evening, everyone. My name is Skylar Stubblefield, and I graduated last year as a student from Prosper High School. I loved my experience at Prosper, and what I cherish most is the relationships that I gained. These relationships have continued to help me in so many ways, even as I have attended college. I was a part of the Ready, Set, Teach program, where I got to be at the elementary school every day and shadow a teacher. I learned so much about what it's like to be a teacher and the challenges they face every single day. I also learned a lot more of what you guys do as board members and the role you play in helping our district to grow and be successful. I especially want to thank Dr. Ferguson, who I have been able to develop a very close relationship with throughout Hope Squad and Ready, Set, Teach. Your job is far from easy, and I know that you have a lot to balance, but you still take the time to truly connect with all the staff, teachers, and students. Every time I talk to you, you always beg me to come back to Prosper to come and teach after I graduate college. It means the world to me that you know exactly who I am and you see my potential and who I can become and the things I can do. And I've watched you do this with every student you interact with, whether it's a kindergartner or a senior in high school. This district wouldn't be the same without all of you. We see the good that you do and the examples you are to so many, and I'm so grateful for all of you choosing to show up every day for us. Thank you.
Thank you, Skylar. Our next speaker.
The offer still stands for the job. So when you get done, okay?
Our next speaker is Meredith Sonneborn. Did I say the name correctly? Okay. And Meredith is speaking on agenda item 16B, followed by Allie Hill.
Good evening.
Good evening.
My name is Meredith Sonneborn. I am a resident of Prosper for the last 2 years. I was previously in a district to the south for 20 years, where I served on a long-range planning committee and on a subcommittee entitled Recruitment and Retention, where we had the pleasure of sitting at a round table and discussing this little problem we had of teachers moving north. So we are transplants to Prosper and grateful to be here. I am currently a PISD substitute and parent of 2 PISD students. I'd first like to thank the board for your diligent service to our community. I, too, am the daughter of a 30-year education veteran and know that means lots of nights away from your family. I have seen Dr. Ferguson's leadership demonstrated several ways recently. For the last 2 years, I've been employed as a teacher of the day in Prosper, a fancy term for substituting. And in every classroom, I have noticed the same thing, and I've been in many, an inspiring message written in the same handwriting and signed Dr. Ferguson. Messages like, "You're doing a great job. What you do matters, and we're so glad you're here." These messages clearly leave a mark on teachers because most of these messages remain on those whiteboards for the entire 9-month school year. This is the kind of leader I want for our children. Someone who invests in and lifts teachers, even if it means a cramped hand and a lot of time. I can only imagine. Last week, I perused a sign-up sent by my son's 2nd grade teacher. It was an opportunity to be a mystery reader on Friday afternoons. As I scanned through the dates to try to choose one, I noticed a familiar name, Holly Ferguson. This is the kind of leader I want for our children, someone who takes time from a busy administrative calendar to spend 30 minutes in a second grade classroom.
Thank you, Ms. Sonneborn. Your time
Thank
has
you.
expired. Allie Hill. Allie is going to speak on agenda item 16B.
I'm actually Grace, but I didn't know if I'd be able to come back from college today, but I made it. Allie was my mom, but I'm here.
All
Okay.
right.
After the homecoming queen from the previous year placed the crown on top of my head, a woman with the brightest smile and the most inviting arms whispered into my ear, "Congratulations from one homecoming queen to another." This woman was Dr. Holly Ferguson. The word queen means a woman or thing regarded as the finest or most outstanding in a particular group. I wasn't voted queen because I was the prettiest girl in the school or the one that all the boys liked. In fact, I dealt with my fair share of bullies and hurt. I was voted homecoming queen because of my love for others. And based on that quality, Dr. Ferguson is nothing shy of a true queen. She walks into any school within PISD and recognizes each and every student, not just their faces, but their heart too. She was always in my corner, which is why I drove back from college tonight to be in her corner. Through her, God showed me how to face each day with the power of his love, his forgiveness, and his grace. I pray that God will show this to each and every person in this room and help us all to love as he loves. From one queen to another, thank you, Dr. Ferguson, for how you changed my life and my heart forever.
Thank you, Grace. Angela Taylor. Angela's going to speak on agenda item 16B, followed by Laura Ross. I guess now I got to ask, are you Angela Taylor?
I am. Indeed,
Thank
that
you,
is me.
Grace.
And I live in Prosper ISD. I have 4 kids. One graduated in 2021, speaking on 16B. When we moved here in 2015, we specifically chose Prosper ISD because we wanted to be here in Prosper, and we love it. As a mom, what I want from school leadership are people who see my kids and see their friends and the people around them. Leaders who can be with my kids where they are, and leaders who understand and support me as a parent. Sorry, you guys, I am a crier. People here know this. I've seen Dr. Ferguson greet elementary kids in drop-off lines in the morning. I've seen her eating lunch with students and playing at recess. When my oldest graduated from Prosper High in 2021, do you guys remember the rain? It was terrible. And Dr. Ferguson was up there just getting destroyed, just like everyone else. She didn't get anything. I was just happy that you were doing just what the kids were doing. The most favorite thing that I've seen Dr. Ferguson do was, there's a lot of people in this room who have recently lost a good boy named Max Sorensen. He died at 17. They lived in Prosper, they moved to Wyoming. They loved Texas so much they came back to do a memorial here for him. And as I was walking through the crowded people trying to go talk to his parents, I walked by Dr. Ferguson and maybe scared her. And I grabbed her and I just said, "Oh my gosh, you're here. I love you. Thanks for coming. You're amazing." We need leaders who see our kids, love our kids. They move away, she still loves them. She supports our families. And I'm really grateful for her example, and I'm grateful for her. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Taylor. Laura Ross, speaking on agenda item 16B, followed by Lori Nielsen.
I'm Laura Ross, and I do live in Prosper. My first interaction with then Principal Ferguson occurred 10 years ago when we were new to Prosper. I had 4 kids in 3 schools. One day she called, noting that my daughter was consistently the last one picked up from school. I was mortified and embarrassed, but it was true. I was gearing up to be reprimanded, yet she simply asked me, "What can we do to help?" I explained the challenges and made a simple request. She listened and responded with, "We will make that happen." And she did. She gave me the benefit of the doubt. She assumed first that I was a caring and engaged parent. Last year, I was a parent ambassador, and I had the opportunity to learn more about Texas public schools and the statistics specific to our district. We met quarterly with Dr. Ferguson. It was educational, and I realized that I did not know what I thought I knew. The recurring theme was that yes, collectively, Prosper ISD is thriving among Texas schools, but we already knew that. As Dr. Ferguson closed each meeting, she recognized that sometimes the district would fall short, and she simply asked that when that happens, to give them a chance to respond, to right the wrongs, to give them the benefit of the doubt. I reflected back on our first interaction and the respect she offered me. Dr. Ferguson leads by example. Now, what I do know without a shadow of a doubt is this: she cares deeply for this district and our children. I know that because she's there, playing dodgeball with our elementary students, opening car doors daily to welcome kids to school, attending every extracurricular event, hosting meetings with students and parents late into the evenings, even nights, even filling in as a substitute aide when staffing is low. The students love and admire her. She knows them. As a parent, I admire her leadership, dedication, and the overall care she has for this district, and I ask you tonight to please vote to renew her contract. Thank you.
Thank you. Lori Nielsen. Speaking on agenda item 16B, followed by Presley Nielsen.
Hi, my name is Lori Nilsson, and I live in the Prosper boundaries. I'm here tonight to address the board regarding Agenda 16B, as you said. In preparing my remarks, it has been impossible to say everything I want to say in a short minute in the almost 14 years that we have lived here. We chose to live here, and we don't have to, and we wouldn't want to be anywhere else. I have 5 children who have attended school in Prosper ISD, 3 of whom have already graduated and moved on to successful endeavors. I credit Prosper ISD under the direction of Dr. Ferguson for having prepared them well for the future. I have twin daughters, Presley and Tatum Nilsson, that currently play on the Prosper High School soccer team. Something I noticed years ago when all of my boys have played different sports here at Prosper is that Dr. Ferguson is probably at more of those events than most of the parents are, and we appreciate that. She was there for senior soccer night last year for our Sun Dunes, and she knew the kids' names. I didn't know that. I didn't know that you knew our names. But when we got home the next day, I looked in my email, and I noticed that there was a picture of us, and she had sent it. Dr. Ferguson had sent us a picture that she had taken unbeknownst to me, and we were so grateful for it. She takes the time and effort to be there because she cares. While this is important to my mom heart, I'm not the only one who notices. My kids notice, and they've talked about it with each other. As a busy mother, I can only imagine that Dr. Ferguson is also very busy, but she finds the time to show up. This means more than I can say. A couple weeks ago, and I know you've already heard a little bit of this, but we'll tell you how important it is. We attended the memorial for a previous Prosper ISD student who passed suddenly the day after Christmas. Hundreds of kids in Prosper are grieving over the shock and the loss. I was touched to see Dr. Ferguson make the time once again.
Thank you, Ms. Nielsen. Your time has
Thank you. We
expired.
want you and we need you here, Dr. Ferguson.
Presley Nielsen speaking on agenda item 16B, followed by Gil Davis.
Hi, I'm Presley Nielsen, and I do live here in Prosper ISD. So good evening, Prosper ISD board. I'm Presley Nielsen, and I attend Prosper High School, and I have lived here nearly my whole life. Today, I'd like to say a couple words and thank our superintendent, Dr. Ferguson. I feel truly blessed to be able to know her. I'm able to meet with her on the Superintendent Advisory Council. At these meetings, I get the unique opportunity to share my opinion on what is going on in school. Each time a student talks, Dr. Ferguson listens with rapt attention. She never dismisses an idea and makes each student feel truly special. During these meetings, she also helps us obtain leadership skills. When she asked the question, "What leaders do you admire and why?" what she didn't know is that for a lot of us, she was the leader we chose. Each time I see her at a sport event, she shows selflessness, and each time she talks to kids at big events, she shows kindness. Every time I see her, she exemplifies the qualities and characteristics of what I want to be and what we should all strive to be. Every day, Dr. Ferguson is here. She makes Prosper a place where people want to be. She makes Prosper ISD what it is and is the face of what we believe. I hope you, the school board, can see that and hear how much we all love her and vote her in again. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Nielsen. Gil Davis. Is Gil Davis here? Going once, going twice? The real Gil Davis. Nobody's gonna step up and say I'm Gil Davis. All right. Trevor Allen. Is Trevor Allen here? Okay. Carrie Buck. Ms. Buck. Ms. Buck is speaking on agenda item 16B, followed by Melissa Brandvold.
My name's Carrie Buck, and I live in Prosper ISD. I'm also a Prosper ISD parent to 3 children, 1 in elementary and 2 in middle school. But not only am I a parent, I'm a Prosper ISD educator, and I've been blessed to work in this district for the last 8 years at 2 different schools and 2 different roles. Throughout my 18 years in education, I've taught in 3 districts in North Texas under 6 different superintendents. Do you know how many of these superintendents knew my name? How many of them would have recognized me outside of the school building? How many of them would have known enough about me and my position to truly understand what I do on a daily basis? And how many actually seeked out opportunities to interact with the students and staff? Only one. Dr. Ferguson knows her staff and her students in a way that no one else does. She cares for us as people, not just as employees. Dr. Ferguson takes on every opportunity possible to interact with students and teachers. On any given day, you can find her sitting in a kindergarten class, taking part in morning meeting, joining a storybook character parade, cheering on our teams at Special Olympics, watching a middle school dance recital, joining high school team meetings and meeting with students and parents in the superintendent advisory councils, and a million other things in addition to these. She is the epitome of the phrase, putting children first. Do you want to keep the nationwide teacher exodus from hitting Prosper ISD? Want our Prosper students to have the incredible opportunity to actually have a relationship with their superintendent? Then we need to keep Dr. Ferguson as the leader. I may be only one voice tonight, but I can promise you there are 1,000 staff members that would line up right behind me with similar stories of how Dr. Ferguson is the reason they stay and prosper. Since my first year here, I've said that I will never leave, and I firmly believe that. I know without a doubt I could never find another district that supports my children and offers them the opportunities that Prosper does. And I know that I could never find another school board, administrators, or superintendent that make me feel more seen, heard, and supported than the ones we have here.
Thank you, Ms. Buck. Your time has expired. Melissa Brandvold. Ms. Brandvold is going to speak on agenda item 16B.
I am a parent of 4 kids in the Prosper ISD, 2 recently graduated and 2, one at Rock Hill and one at Rogers. I also work as the receptionist at Hughes Elementary, and we've been here 9 years. I just wanted to come share how much I love this school district and appreciate the dedicated service of our superintendent, Dr. Ferguson. The decisions she has made over the 3 years she has been in this position have not been easy. She came in during COVID, and our district made the difficult but the right decision to put kids back in the classroom. The school board and administration have always put our kids first. As both a parent and an employee, I see Dr. Ferguson everywhere. At my campus, at my students' events, whether it's an award ceremony, athletic events, fine arts events, or even in the community, Dr. Ferguson shows up. I don't know how she does it, but this is who Dr. Ferguson is. She shows up. For the kids, for the teachers, for the administrators, for the parents. If I bring up Dr. Ferguson in conversation amongst fellow parents or fellow staff members, I always hear story after story of her kindness, her outreach, and her support. She is there to help, to uplift, to lend a smile, and to give support. I have associated with many teachers and staff, and let me tell you, the love for Dr. Ferguson runs deep. Her service is the heart of this district, and we are lucky to have her.
Thank you, Ms. Brandvold. That takes us through agenda item 8, which was public comment on agenda items. We're at agenda item 9A, informational reports. Tonight, we will have an oral report for current student enrollment. Dr. Ferguson.
Yes, sir. So we have 25,285 students. So yesterday we had 280, so 5 more kids came today. So I know a couple landed at Bryant because I was with Miss Newman today, and she was like, I got 3 of them. So yeah. So we're excited to have all of those opportunities. We continue to grow at a very, very rapid rate, but I will say that it gives us nothing but opportunities to grow and to become better at what we're doing, because every new student and every new family that walks in the door just gives us the chance to learn something new, because they're coming from another place and they make us better. So we're excited to have our family grow.
You keep finding space for them.
We're working on that. That's y'all's job.
Agenda item 9B, informational report. We will have a report on the Bond 2019 construction projects.
Mr. Doug Witt.
Construction projects.
Oh, construction, sorry. So Walnut Grove, we are tracking, I know that we did a contingency plan, or you all approved that, and we are tracking very well with that contingency plan. So I want to thank Poe Construction. That contingency plan was not just a set amount of money, but it would only be utilized as we brought the subcontractors in to work on Saturdays and Sundays. So we will get there.
Good deal. I've also been seeing some announcements from staff that are being added to Walnut
Yes,
Grove.
Mr. Toth loves to get ahead of the communications department. Ms. Trotter loves it.
I'll let them have that conversation.
I just wanted to go ahead. I mean, we might as well get it out in the open, right? So a little bit of an internal battle, but it's okay. We're going to get there.
It's getting lots of likes on those posts, though. So,
Liliana Elementary, where Miss Grace will be our principal. You're tracking well, and that school is set on schedule, so very happy about that. Dan Christie, if you'll remember, we didn't break ground until September on this building, so it's a little bit, it will be a little bit more before we get that one complete, but it will be complete. Need a contingency plan on that either with the extended timeline, because it is going to run up a little bit closer to school, but it will be done, and no contingency, so no extra money going towards it.
Good deal.
Brenda Calhoun Early Childhood School. I see Miss Calhoun. She comes to every meeting. Have you noticed that?
She does.
Yeah, she's a fan.
She's waiting on you to announce the ribbon cutting.
Yeah, she is. She is. So our early childhood school, very excited about our early childhood school. I was talking to our PTO executive council this morning. Ms. Dixon and Mr. Beavers joined me in talking about how excited we are about this very unique design of this building and what it will provide to our youngest learners.
Building is looking good, Ms. Calhoun.
Yeah, and just for the community, I wanted to point out too, that center area is actually where the children will play. So there's like a trike path, all of their playground. So it's a very safe environment because the school surrounds it. And so when you think about young children, any of us who are parents, there's a lot of like the chasing and, holding arms because they like to try to stray away. So we thought about that with the design of the building, and that is that internal area for them to play. I can't wait to get out there. So
Can't wait for Miss Gannon and her team to impact lives there.
that's right. Okay. In Daniel Jones Middle School, just adjacent to our fabulous Rock Hill High School, and they are moving dirt, and you see all the POG fencing, temporary fencing up there. So excited to see that take shape.
Good deal.
Okay.
That takes us through agenda item 9B.
Actually, if you don't mind, if we can get Doug Witt maybe here, because I don't want to hold Mr. Witt, if we're okay with that, Dr. Penn? So that he can talk about bonds.
Okay, so we're gonna move that action item up? Is it?
Yes,
Okay.
if we can, if you don't
Sure.
mind.
No,
just
that's
so,
fine.
Mr. Witt has other districts needing him too.
This is no problem. So that is agenda item, let me find it on the agenda. It's under agenda item 11 under action items. This is agenda item 11A. We're going to just move that one now, and then we'll go back to where we were in the agenda. So agenda item, trustees, we're gonna do agenda item 11A. Review the plan of finance and possible action to adopt an order authorizing the issuance of school building bonds, establishing the perimeters for sale of bonds, and delegating authority to the administration to approve the sale and execute the final documents. Mr. Witt.
Okay, good evening. It's good to be back. I'm a little concerned about following that presentation. I was looking at Josh thinking, you've made construction cool with those videos. I'm gonna find a way to make bonds cool, but I'm not there yet. I'm not quite there yet. I'll do my best next time.
Right.
So with that, I do have a report for you. We are obviously accessing our bond authorization approved by the voters to keep up with the construction and the pace of growth in this community. So the first chart I have here is called the Bond Buyers Index Municipal Bond. It shows interest rates on a national index. It's a modern history of interest rates. The average runs across the middle at 4%. At the high is 6%, and that was October 2008, following your 2007 bond election. And then the bottom of the graph was 2020. That was pandemic levels, major government intervention in financial markets, et cetera. And then we started to normalize rates, and I'm to the far right of the graph. We started to normalize rates. We actually got up to historical averages, but here in the past couple of months, we've actually come down in interest rates. So financial markets, interest rates, Federal Reserve action is all in the news. What you're seeing today on this graph is what's going on in our municipal bond market, and we have settled in here in 2023 at pretty decent levels. During those periods where you see the V's in the market at the bottom of the market, including 2020, we take outstanding bonds, we refinance them for interest cost savings, which provides future bond capacity in the district. We've done it on multiple occasions. The one at the bottom in 2020 was when we took advantage of those record low levels We refinanced $86.5 million for $15.5 million of interest cost savings, which is very, very important to a district like this who needs bond capacity, needs lower interest costs, needs lower borrowing costs in order to access and keep up with the pace of construction. Authorized but unissued bonds, the 2007 bond election, we have exhausted that entire authorization. The interesting part of that is it was a 2007 bond election for $710 million. We sold $87.5 million in 2008, and then it was 6 years later before we could access that money again because 2008 began a recession, and our tax base slowed down, our student count slowed down, et cetera. But it's an illustration of what the district does in good times and bad times, in slow times and fast times. We have to adapt and be flexible in our bond program. And you took that in 14 and 16, and then in 17 you issued $125 million, in 18 $200 million, in 19 another $200 million. We were back on the pace of massive growth. To the right side of that, the 2019 bond election, we supplemented the $200 million we had already issued in 19 with two $50 million installments. So $300 million was issued in calendar year 2019, and then guess what happened in 2020? We issued $55 million, so we had to adapt to what the circumstances were. We came out on the other side of that, and we issued $250 million in 21, $250 million in 22, and now we're into 2023 with $682 million of authorized but unissued bonds. So the upcoming projects that we're trying to keep pace with as a financial component to the construction component takes us down to the bottom through high school number 4, middle school number 6, and elementary school number 19. So that is a massive pace, almost unprecedented for most school districts in terms of the speed with which you need to build the buildings, the speed with which you need to open and operate those buildings. This is a very significant enterprise that we're undertaking. I can put it in a spreadsheet and just kind of gloss over it and say we're issuing $250 million, and it would diminish the amount of time, effort, decision-making that goes into the process that gets us to where we are here today. But that's for the board meeting. Just know that there is a tremendous amount of staff time that goes into this planning process that gets us into matching a plan of finance with a rapid construction pace. So these are the projects that are on the list. At the top are some of our capital items, including land purchase, and then we go through high school number 3 and the elementary schools opening around August of 2023. Those are my numbers. If that's not the exact opening date, don't hold it against anyone, but you're opening about 4 schools in August of 23, another 2 in August of 24, and another 3 in August of 25. And again, there's very few school districts you'll stand up here and talk about opening those size of schools on that pace. Historical statistics, so we have to build a financial model. I wished I could just give you all the money you want as you need it, when you need it, but we have to build a financial model that keeps the district financially sound in this rapid pace of growth and dealing with such things as pandemics in the middle of it, or recessions, or booming periods, or inflation, and all of this. So when we do this, we have to look at your historical statistics, and here you have net taxable value. In 2016, you were at $4.9 billion. In 15-16, you were at $3.7 billion. I want you to remember that number for, in a moment. So 21-22, taxable value was $12.9 billion. In 22-23, it was $16.5 billion. Your 5-year average growth was $2 billion per year. Your lowest growth period was 1.2 over the past 5 years, and your last one was 3.6 billion. In this last year, 22-23, you grew at 3.6 billion of additional taxable value. That's what your total value was in 15-16, to put it in perspective. So with that said, as we grow, we're right now in our last 5 years, 1.2 billion versus 3.6 billion. You'll see what we need to take on in growth to absorb the amount of bonds that we need to issue from the prior authorization. But again, in 2022-23, it's 3.6 billion of growth, or 28% from the prior year.
Mr. Witt, if I may, I just want to, for those who are in our community who are following along, I just want to mention that that's not just Town of Prosper. That's for all of Prosper ISD. So just for those certified values, that's,
Mr. Witt's leaving, he's done.
I saw that. I didn't want to take over his presentation, but I mean, I guess I can if I need to.
Yes, I was
But I
talking about
did
all
just
those
wanna-
numbers and it made me thirsty. so-
Understood. But I just wanted to make that, just for the community who's following along.
Yes, for the school district. And so, so again, we're growing in tax base, which provides the bond capacity. So the new growth is what provides the bond capacity to build the new schools. And we try to match those and keep up. The INS fund balance is currently, you have an audit coming tonight, I think, is currently at 16 million. That's up from 6.9 million in August of 2017. That's important because our annual budget has gone up. It's at a level that we like. We can utilize it. If we find some tough times, we can grow it. If we find some good times, but that's a level that we kind of want it today. It's 20% of your principal and interest budget on an annual basis. And so that is exactly where we want it to be. And to get there and add to it with all the growth that you've had is pretty remarkable. So the plan of finance here is to issue $250 million approximately this year. The authorization from you, the board, delegating to the administration is up to $300 million. We like $250 million. There are reasons to add to it. There are reasons to take away from it. We like that. We have a placeholder for $225 million in May of '24 and $207 million in May of '25. That will take us through the authorized but unissued and complete most of the projects that you saw on the list there. Today's agenda item is only for up to $300 million. We'll come back to you. We'll update the board as a whole. We'll update the finance committee. We'll update the administration on the next round of the plan of finance. The INS tax rate has been at 50 cents for a long period of time. It will not change from that. The amortization is the traditional 30 years with 10-year optional prepayment. So you can see there in the use of INS fund balance, we're not planning any of that with this particular issuance. And so the taxable value growth, I can't go out and just issue these bonds without additional growth because we're locked in at the 50-cent tax rate. So we're still working with $1 billion of growth, provides $100 million of bond capacity. And again, that diminishes the complexity of these models that go into it. But for planning purposes, for every $1 billion worth of growth we get about $100 million of bond capacity. So we're going to need about $6.75 billion of growth over a period of time to absorb this $682 million that we have authorized and are issuing up to $300 million this time. So far, we've been able to keep up with, this last year we grew at $3.6 billion, again, a massive amount of single-year growth. We've been able to keep up with the pace of issuing bonds with just this year's growth. This year we grow, we issue the bonds, and our bond model is complete. And then we go into the next year. So each year that we grow, we have additional bond capacity to complete those projects. If we ever got into a period where we were growing at a slower pace, then we might need more than just 1 year for one bond series and another year for another bond series. We may need 2 years of growth to absorb a single one, but we're not there. We're keeping up and we're moving as fast as we can to keep up, again, with the pace of construction. So again, for $682 million, we're looking at 3 years of growth of a little over $6 billion as we go forward. And again, we can and will adapt as necessary through this process. What it looks like on a graph, this is just the $250 million in green layered on top of the black bars, which are our outstanding debt service. Again, what I'm trying to describe for you is a lot of times in growing districts, you'll see the green go 2 or 3 years up because we need the tax base to grow 2 or 3 years to absorb it, and we're not. 1 year of growth is going to absorb 1 year of issuance, and then we talk about the next issuance next year and layer that on top. Schedule events, most of this, we've been working on this for a while now. We've had staff meetings, we've had finance committee meetings. Now we're here for the review of the plan of finance and the adoption of the order authorizing the issuance of the bonds, delegating authority to the administration and setting parameters under which those bonds can be issued. One thing to note on here is that some of you may have heard or seen that the Permanent School Fund Guarantee Program has run out of capacity to guarantee additional bonds. Your administration took the steps to be ahead of that, use our authorization to get security from the Permanent School Fund Guarantee, to get the AAA rating, so that we could issue this $250 million with a AAA rating, which is the highest rating out there, which means the lowest borrowing cost that is out there. That proactive step saves millions of dollars of interest cost. Most of the bonds I'm selling in the month of January and February do not have that guarantee program because the Permanent School Fund program has reached its legal capacity under an IRS private letter ruling. There will be federal legislation filed. There will be consultation with the IRS to expand the capacity. Whether or not that takes 6 months, 12 months, or is never granted to us is to be determined. But you're the beneficiary of a proactive approach to get your name in this district into the application process prior to the depletion of that capacity. So with that said, we're looking at selling and issuing the bonds in February with your adoption tonight. Once we do that, the documents go to the Attorney General's office for their review and approval process. We'll close roughly mid-March. That will supplement your construction fund budget that you are spending down pretty rapidly with those projects that you just saw in the video. We'll get a preliminary certified value in April and a certified value in July, and then that will give us data with respect to this issuance, but also where we're headed into the next installments going forward. So with that, I'll answer any questions that you may have. There may be a motion at your desk. If not, I can read one for
Is
you.
there anything to the Finance Subcommittee, just so everybody is aware? Mr. Linker serves on the Finance Subcommittee, Mr. Cavender and Mr. Wilborn, they all serve on that. So they got a very in-depth overview of this information to be able to bring it forward tonight. So if there's anything you'd like to add, feel free.
Anyone, any questions, comments?
I think two things. Just I'm glad the town was here to hear. You know, y'all have work to do. I'm just kidding, but seriously. And then just for clarity for our community, right? There's a lot. Those are big dollars on there, and those are dollars that can only go to certain things, i.e., capital projects, lands, things like that. So when we're always looking for more money to support students and staff, this money is only for capital, and so I think it's an important clarification.
Thank you for that. Anyone else? Dr. Ferguson, anything you want to add on this?
No,
Okay.
I appreciate Mr. Dial adding that in, because I know there's some misconceptions out there that we have all this bond money and why don't we pay teachers more? And my goodness, we would if we could. I don't think there's a board member that sits up here that doesn't want that. But bond money, we cannot touch to pay staff with. That is land, it is buses, it's technology, it's facilities. So it's very protected in what we can do with those funds on the INS side.
Yeah, in the state of Texas, we talk about property wealthy districts and property poor districts and state-funded districts and recapture districts. I've been doing this for 30 years. I can tell you mathematically, the most challenged district in the state of Texas has nothing to do with size or property wealth or property poor, it's growth. Growth is the biggest financial challenge that a school district faces in the state of Texas. And so you are the epitome of growth in the state of Texas. And so you're going to have challenges that I can only address in terms of keeping up with construction with voted bonds, but you make an excellent point about what this money can be used for. And unfortunately for you, you have very little discretion of how much money you have to work with. That is driven by state funding formulas. And so you have no discretion to keep up with growth, and that's a huge challenge for my growing districts in the state of Texas, but that's an excellent point.
Trustees, from the 2019 bond, there is $682 million that's been authorized but unissued, and tonight we're being asked to issue an order for up to $300 million. And so that's what's before us. If there are no questions, then I will ask for a motion.
I move that the board approve the order authorizing the issuance of school building bonds, establishing the parameters for the sale of the bonds, and delegating authority to the administration to approve the sale and execute the final documents as presented by administration.
Thank you for that. Trustee Dixon, is there a second?
I second.
Thank you, Trustee Cavender. All in favor of this motion? That is all 7 of us. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Witt.
Thank you. Thank you for adjusting board so that
Absolutely.
Mr. Witt can make his way.
No problem. Okay, so we're gonna go back now, just to complete agenda item 9. We'll go back to agenda item 9C. We will have a oral presentation for the Texas Academic Performance Report. Dr. Ferguson?
Yes, so Mr. Shirley, our Chief Academic Officer, is going to go through this. This is an annual report that comes out for every Texas public school in the state of Texas. We typically get notification in the month of December, and then you have 90 days in which you need to report out to the community. So Mr. Shirley went ahead and got all of this information together and ready. One thing that I want the community to be aware of, so this is very dated information. I know in September, we were able to bring you accountability information that was from the testing season of the spring. This is dated, so you're at least a year, and then some of the graduation information that he's gonna provide is really dated. And so he's gonna go through that, but just know that the state of Texas sometimes works at a slow pace.
Good evening, board. Can't promise you this presentation will be as entertaining as the last one, but this is a required report by TEA. Parts of that report will be the Texas Academic Performance Report, also known as the TAPER or the TAPR, PEIMS Financial Standards Report, the District Accreditation Status, Campus Performance Objectives, the Special Education Determination Status, violent or criminal incidents by students, and then our student performance in post-secondary institutions. So the first section is the Texas Academic Performance Report. This is data that we received from the state of Texas. It's compiled through our STAR data. It is disaggregated by student groups, ethnicity, socioeconomic status. Also included in the TAPER reports are information about specific programs that we have, the demographics and makeup of our students and our staff as well. Back this last fall, I presented to you the breakdown of the STAR scores. I won't dive back into that in this presentation, but that information is available on the Texas Education website in a PDF form, and also in a dynamic analytical website. There is also information that's posted on the Prosper ISD website under our accountability page. This was included in that presentation. We are required to present the campus and district ratings. All of our campuses and the district fell in the A or B range. Distinctions that we received was Bradley Elementary received distinctions in post-secondary readiness and the comparative closing the gaps. This next slide really sets up for the one that's coming after, just so we're all familiar with the terminology when we look at our STAR scores, what's passing. And so when we consider a student who passed a STAR test, it's the approaches level. And so in the approaches level, it's students that are likely to succeed in the next grade level, but will need targeted academic intervention. The next level, the higher level, is meets, and the students that perform in this level have a high likelihood of success, but still may need some of that academic intervention. And then the highest level is masters, and at the master's level, students are expected to be successful with little academic intervention. I pulled this off the TEA website. This is a line graph that breaks down sort of what our history has been. This is all students with all subjects tested. It goes back to 2017. The top line, the purple one, is approaches. The blue line is meets, and then the green line is masters. You can see there the dip that occurred in 21. 2020, we did not take STAR tests, so there is no data for that. No one in the state took that because of the pandemic. 21, we saw a dip, but what we're seeing now on the 22 results is that we're rebounding back, so we're seeing an increase in the level of learning that happening across the district. Section 2, which is also included in the TAPER report, is our PEAMS financial standards reports. Within these reports, it outlines the revenues, the expenses, the disbursements, the tax rates, and the fund balance for the district. School districts receive a rating based on their financial status, and that's either a superior achievement, above standard, meets standards, or needs substantial achievement, substandard, I should say. And happy to report that the district received the superior rating. There's a link there to that actual report as well. Section 3 is the district accreditation status. Districts throughout the state are either rated accredited, accredited warned, accredited probation, or not accredited revoke. Those standards are set based on your academic accountability ratings, your financial accountability ratings, data integrity, and then results from the results-driven accountability. And so with that, I reported to you last year the 2018-19, it is a 2-year lapse report. That has not been updated yet. And so this is the most current accreditation status that we have. It's the 2019-20 report. Received an A rating with the first report, which is our financial status, A in the accountability. We were accredited in 2019-20. School districts did not receive an accreditation in 2020-2021 school year because we didn't take the STAR test. And so with accountability being a part of that measure, that's why we didn't receive an accreditation. The accreditation statuses should be released in early February, but based on the criteria, we have no reason to think that we wouldn't be in accredited status. Section 4 is the campus performance objectives. Each one of our campuses and the district has a campus improvement plan or a district improvement plan. That information was shared with you in August and approved in August. Each one of those CIPs is what we call them, or a DIP, includes performance objectives based on the information that we receive out of the TAPER report. Each one of the campuses and the district, we periodically review that and see where our status is and progress towards those goals. Included at the campus and the district level are our House Bill 3 goals, the requirements. That was information that I shared with you this past summer to review that. This is at the MEETS standard for early literacy and math. And for that measure, the TA asked us to review the 3rd grade reading and math is our measure for early literacy and math. In 2019, we had to establish a baseline. And so with 3rd grade reading, that was 60% of our students were at MEETS or the master's level in 3rd grade reading. The board at that time set a goal of 75% by the year 2024. And as we progress down that slide, you can see that we're performing at a much higher level than the rate, the region or the state. 2020, we did not take the STAR test. We don't have results there. We saw a significant dip in 21. As a reminder, in 2020, our students basically went virtual for the last 9 weeks of school. And then in 2021, we had this hybrid learning going on where we had students in person and virtual at the same time. Quite a disruption, but I'm proud to share with you tonight the 2022 results that we saw in reading were a 13 percentage point increase, which is a testament to in-person learning and the hard work that our teachers are doing on our campus on a daily basis.
Mr. Turley, that's at MEETS. If you can explain a little bit, I know Approaches has a percentage, MEETS has a percentage, and then Masters has a percentage. I think sometimes when people who are not in the education field look at these numbers, they think, oh my gosh, the school's failing. So can you speak a little bit about that?
Yeah, so with the STAR scores, we would traditionally think that they're graded or rated on, you receive a score on a scale from 0 to 100, and we would consider 70 to be passing. Well, that's not the case for these tests. They each have a different passing or meets level or a master's level. It could be the passing rate or the approaches rate or meets rate at U.S. history is totally different than 8th grade math. And so when we're looking to improve our scores, we're really looking to improve the students who are in the meets and the masters to teach that for that high level.
And even at the meet, still needing some support in that instructional setting for their academics. Masters is, okay, I pretty much have this, but I may need a little boost here and there. And approaches is, I'm going to probably need a higher level of intervention on an ongoing basis.
Yeah. If you take a look at the math, the baseline in 2019 was 65% of our third graders were at meets or masters. The board set the goal of 80% by 2024. Like most districts in the state, we saw a significant drop in the math scores because of the pandemic. But I'm proud to share with you tonight that we saw a 16 percentage point increase from 21 to 22. There's still work to be done, and our teachers are working hard every day as well as our curriculum instruction staff to help move the needle there. Also included in the House Bill 3 goals are the CCMR, the College Career Military Readiness graduates. If you'll take a look at 2019, we had an 82.5% of our students received the CCMR graduation credit. The board set a goal of 88%, which is ironic because that's what it will be in this new alignment. They have reshuffled the requirements for CCMR, and 88% will be what it will be going forward. I'll dive into a little bit in the next slide about why we saw a decrease in 2020 and 2021. This is a more in-depth breakdown of how students receive CCMR credit. It's in each of these categories. If you take a look at the meets the TSI criteria, in order to meet the CCMR credit there, students would have to take the ACT, SAT, the TSIA, or they would have to take a college prep class to get credit there. What we saw because of the pandemic is that a lot of colleges didn't require ACT or SAT, and even the TSI students didn't have to take that TSI test to get into college. They eventually had to take that college prep test. That was really the decline there. We've seen increases in our AP exam scores, dual credit courses. I'm excited to see what that's going to bring us in 23, especially with the increase of dual credit offerings that we provided our students at high school. The industry-based certifications continue to climb. We don't offer a associate's degree at the high schools right now. So that's really not an option. I do want to point out the enlisted in the armed forces, the 2020 and 2021. There's not information there, and that's because of the system that TAA created in reporting wasn't accurate, so they suspended that sort of reporting until they can come up with a system that will record more accurately.
I want to say thank you to the Prosper Education Foundation. Many may not know this, but they really stepped forward with a lot of support in these areas with our industry-based certifications, dual credit, AP exams to help offset that expense. And so they play such a key role in really supporting us. And then with the armed forces, they help support our JROTC starting this year at Rock Hill High School. So just want to give them a shout out.
Section 5 is the special education determination status. And so with this, it's the districts are graded on their state and federal compliance, data integrity, and their financial audit findings. and districts receive either the meets requirements, needs assistance, needs intervention, or needs substantial intervention. And Dr. Hickey and her team do a great job in the oversight of this. And the graphic below is just a snippet of the taper report, the initial page there, and you can see that we met requirements in special education. 6 is the violent or criminal incidents by students. The education code requires that we report violent or criminal incidents that occur on campuses by students to the extent permitted by FERPA. And I'm reporting tonight that we had 16 incidents of felony controlled substance violations at the end of the 22 school year. We ended with 23,000 students, 398, with a very low incident rate. Section 7, this speaks to what Dr. Ferguson said about old data, the student performance in post-secondary institutions. This is the 2020 graduates. And so the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board provides us with reports on student performance in post-secondary institutions for the 2020 graduates in their first year of college. They report their grade point average in the semesters of the fall of 2020, the spring of 21, and the summer of 21. These public institutions in Texas report that to the Texas Higher Education Board, and then they report that information to us. I do want to be clear, though, that these are Texas public schools. These aren't Texas private schools or out-of-state public or private schools. These are just Texas schools. That information is not current. The most updated information regarding the GPAs was the 2018-19 report. I reported that to you a year ago. It doesn't include Rock Hill High School because they weren't open yet. And so I didn't include that in that slide, but we are eagerly awaiting to see what those GPA averages are for our 2020 graduates. What they do have included in their reports is the 2021 graduates and their institutions that they attend. A large majority of our students attend the Collin College with North Texas, Texas A&M, Texas Tech, UTD, and UT Austin being really the top 6 Texas public institutions. You can see the other public 4-year institutions. Those would be like Texas State, Stephen F. Austin State University, maybe a UT Arlington. The other public Texas institutions, we have a high number of students that go to Blinn College, which is 2 years. The students that want to eventually transfer into Texas A&M. And then below that are students that aren't trackable or found. Again, if they went to TCU, if they went to SMU, they're not recorded here because it's a private institution. If they went to the University of Arkansas, they wouldn't show up on this report either.
And just correction, you said if they wanted to go to A&M or North Texas. I just wanted to just say that.
Yeah.
Go
Either
Mean
way.
Green.
I was waiting for the whoop.
I was waiting for the whoop. I was expecting the whoop.
Okay, they covered it.
Any questions for Mr. Shirley? Thank you, Mr. Shirley, for your report.
Thank
you. We're at agenda item 9D, 2023 elementary class size waivers. Dr. Ferguson, is there anything you want to share with that tonight?
No, sir.
Okay.
We continue to make different opportunities available. I know one of the things that we've done is with Spradley Elementary, helping create some relief for students, and they've been moved over to Hughes, but they would never go to Spradley, because obviously we have an elementary school that will be built over there, so we're constantly watching the numbers and trying to monitor that. The PTO moms did a great job today of really kind of bringing some things into light that I think we need to look a little more in-depthly at. I just need about 3 more buildings right now, so. in addition to what's under construction. So just to clear that up.
All right. We're at agenda item 10. Agenda item 10A is a report concerning an independent investigation conducted at the request of the Board of Trustees. Just want to share with our community, many of you know that earlier this evening, we called our meeting to order at 6 p.m. and then we immediately went into closed session to have an update with Thompson and Horton, who has been retained to conduct our independent investigation. And so I have a prepared statement that I'm going to read at this time. And so let me just kind of read that. I wanted to kind of tell you the background. That's where this statement comes from, and I'm going to read this statement verbatim. The board retained the law firm Thompson and Horton LLP to conduct an independent investigation regarding Frank Paniagua's misconduct. Thompson and Horton is a separate law firm from the firm hired to respond to the pending litigation. I want to thank the team at Thompson and Horton LLP for their professionalism in their investigation. The investigation included what occurred, the district's practices, and the district's communications. They have now completed their investigation. In light of ongoing litigation concerning Frank Paniagua's misconduct, the board will need to consult with litigation counsel regarding whether we can make any public statements about the Thompson and Horton investigation. In the meantime, it is our hope that we will all come together as a community. I have a word to the adults in our community. We must keep in mind that our children are watching. More is caught than taught. They're watching how we are acting. There's been some criticism by some. It is believed that the criticism was based on limited public knowledge of all facts of this deplorable and unprecedented circumstance for our community. We've allowed division to creep into our community. The chances of student success decrease when they are forced to pick a side. Let's commit to turning the page together and working together to put the pieces back together. I say to you again, we must keep in mind that our children are watching. Let's do this for them. That's the extent of our board statement tonight. We're now at agenda item 11. We've covered agenda item 11A, so we're at agenda item 11B, consideration and possible action on the 2021-22 annual financial audit as conducted by Hankins, Eastup, Deaton, Ton, and C. Good evening, Dr. Penn.
Good evening, Board. For School Board Appreciation Month, you get 2 financial presentations today. You're welcome.
Should we say thank you
Yes,
or?
that's-
Oh, thank you,
these are the
Dr. Penn.
jokes. These are the jokes. I do want to just kind of point out before we get started, this is from the fiscal year 2022. So this is the 21-22 school year. Many times in the finance, we talk about this a lot, that we're kind of operating in 3 years at a time. We're wrapping up one year, we're working through the one we're in, and then we're already starting preparations for the next year that we're going into. So this is focused on last year. We went, I know you have the digital copy and a paper copy of this. We did go 2-3 weeks ago with our auditor, Dr. Ferguson, and the Board Finance Committee. Mr. Wilburn, Mr. Lincoln, and Mr. Cavender went through this in depth. I do appreciate the time of the committee to go through things like bond sales and audits. That's a pretty good half day out of their schedules, and we do that periodically as needed. So I want to thank you for your time on that. And then with that, let's jump in. So looking at the general fund from the 21-22 school year, the revenue was at $237 million. This was a $43 million increase from prior. Normally, we don't see near that increase. What that was tied to was a change in the fast growth allotment that summer from the legislative session. So it had been focused on a percentage growth, which benefited a lot of the smaller districts, and then they realized it was not funding the larger districts that really had a really large need for that, and so it switched to a numerical. And so we went from getting about $4 million or so from that allotment to about $28 million currently. And so that shift, now that did not come about until, you remember, they went about three special sessions deep. So during the adoption cycle, the district would not have known what that formula was going to change. And so I'm sure we functioned as the funding formula would stay the same, because you don't know. And so that was really a benefit to the district to kind of come in later, which allowed us to do a capital project, which I'll get to in a minute. But I just wanted to highlight about half that growth was just due to student growth, but the other half was a change to the formula. So As we talk about formula funding and the needs of it, that's why, because it can make significant difference for us. So anyway, the expenses for that year were $208 million, 21 million up from increase prior, and that's primarily due to staffing and opening of schools, just the people that we bring on. But for that year, it was going to be about 28 million under the budget with those two numbers, which allowed in the summer for the board to designate 10 million to do some much needed capital projects that we have going. And so all of these projects listed are at various levels in progression. I'm working on the ag barn, looking at an LED retrofit project at PHS, and then a maintenance and operations building. And so those are being able to occur because of this designated funds that we did in the summer. One of the highlights, just no negative variances. We did not exceed the amended budget. So that's one of the things they look at when we adopted that function, to make sure that we as the district come in under what you have adopted. And if at any time we think we're going to exceed that, that's when I bring the amendment to you to let you know. So that is the general fund highlights. Where that moves our fund balance, so the kind of a savings account or cash flow or whatever you'd like to call it, if you will, the net change of that is a 20 million increase. And so at the end, as of August 31st, your fund balance is good for about a day because it's always moving as we have revenue coming in, expenses going out. But our fund balance is 128.7 million. Of that, 66 million the board has previously committed to construction. To move that into any other purpose would involve me coming before you to ask permission to move that. That's previously set and will remain that way until we do something different with that. And then there's also an 8.6 million that is for a deficit we adopted this year. So we should not need that the way things are tracking, but accounting wise, we still have to earmark our fund balance in case we were to need that. This fund balance total, that 128 million, is equal to 180 days of operating, which is exactly where we were at the end of 21, and that's exactly where I want to be. We talk a lot about trying to stay in that 5 to 6 month window just for the needs that we have, and we are really down to the percent, honestly, really in a good spot with that of where our fund balance is. The minimum is 75 days. That's kind of a requirement. If you're not at least at that point, then you would lose points on the first report, which is our financial accountability. The reason it's important for us to continue to make more is our fast growth with opening campuses and cash flow. Some years are much harder for us financially than others. This coming year will be one of those because of the 4 campuses, of one of them being a high school. It takes so much cost just to get those off the ground that some years we're going to have a lot more need than others. And so that's why it's really important for us to maintain that 5 to 6 month fund balance that we have. The debt service fund, so remember you adopt 3 funds, and one of them is the debt service. That's what pays the bonds. So Mr. Witt was just up here, and I know he has already stepped out, but he is a tremendous partner for us. I know the finance committee and I know the board over time, he's been with us for so long, but a tremendous partner for us in helping us stay on the trajectory, and so much collaboration and always there for us. So we're just grateful for him. A revenue that is from the INS side of our tax base. It is at 50 cents, has been at 50 cents, and will remain at 50 cents because of our growth. We are really limited, and Mr. Witt spoke to this, by the capacity of the growth. That is really what controls the speed of our construction projects, is how fast our property value grows. That's is the only thing that is hindering our construction growth. But 74.9 was the revenue on that, and 64.2 the expenses, so a little under budget. That one is a little bit easier to really manage, and we try to keep it right where it is. We don't want to cut into fund balance, but we also, if we're selling the bonds, we want to make sure we're using it on construction. So he mentioned that's about 20% of our budget, and we just want to see that just grow steadily to kind of maintain at that same rate. Really, the main benefit of that is if there was ever a time where we had to sell more than our property value grew, that would provide us the opportunity if we had to, because that would allow us to make those debt payments until the value got where it needed to be. So as we go into something like committing to a high school project, and let's say that the values weren't where they needed to be, that gives us the window to continue to sell to make sure we could finish that project that we've committed to. So that's what the fund balance there is used for. This is just a couple of historical pieces of information for you, talking about historical tax rates. Shows it was at the 117 for a long time, and then with compression from House Bill 3, the M&O side began to compress annually. For this year, in the audited amount, the property value was $12.7 billion. up $2 billion from the year prior. Mr. Witt mentioned a minute ago, I think it was up 3.5 this year to the year we're currently in. 96.7% tax collection rate with 2.3 million in delinquent. So that's just some historical information. We really don't obviously control while we do work with the tax group, taxing entities, we don't collect the taxes, but we do report the information. And then non-major funds. So these are the funds that are not our general fund or debt service, but that we manage in various ways. So federal funds, those will never have a fund balance because we have a grant that we're awarded to, and that's what we're allowed to spend. We've got other funds that we're over, activity ones that we are custodials for the campus, and school nutrition, food services in there. That's the third budget that the board adopts, and we cannot exceed 3 months operating. Our fund balance in there is a little over 1 million, up just a little bit from the year prior, and so that's a good amount for the food service. Main highlights, page 95. There's no material weaknesses or deficiencies. An unmodified opinion, clean audit, no audit findings, everything's good. That's the highlight, the short version for you. That does complete the highlights of the auditor's report. You do have a motion to approve this. It is due to TEA in a few days at the end of our fiscal year.
Trustees, Dr. Penn has given us an audit summary. In your packet, though, there is all 102 pages of the audit report. So hopefully we're all good there. And so I'm going to pause and ask if there are any questions and or comments for Dr. Penn as it relates to the audit. Hearing none, I'll ask for a motion.
I move that the board accept and approve the 2021-22 financial audit as presented by administration.
Thank you, Trustee Smith. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Trustee Dial. All in favor? That is all 7 of us. Agenda item 11C, consideration and possible action on computer storage infrastructure equipment.
This is just a byproduct of our growth in the district. So we have storage that we have at Baker Elementary and then storage here at admin. So we never really lose the capability to do the things that we need to do, thanks to Fernando and his team. He gave me some stats. So 5 years ago when we had 10 schools and 1,400 staff members, this was what was serving us well. We're now at the place with 24 schools, soon to be 24 schools on our radar that we need to add additional computer storage. That's for our H drives, M drives, where we save our documents, and obviously all of the students that we're trying to support in addition to our staff. So it's just a request for more infrastructure equipment for storage.
Good deal. And just to be clear, this is technology. This is not physical storage.
No, sir. It is technology.
Good deal. Any questions, trustees, as it relates to this action item? Hearing none, I'll ask for a motion.
I move that the board approve the purchase of computer storage infrastructure equipment as presented by administration.
Thank you, Trustee Cavender. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Trustee Beavers. All in favor? That's all 7 of us. That takes us through our action items. We're now at consent agenda. Under consent tonight, there are 4 items for us to approve. It's in your packet, and so each one of us has had an opportunity to take a look at the items that are under consent. I will ask for a motion for consent agenda.
I move that the board approve the consent agenda.
Thank you, Trustee Dixon. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Trustee Smith. All in favor? It's all 7 of us. That takes us through consent. We're now at agenda item 13, public comment on non-agenda items. Tonight, we have a total of 8 individuals who have signed up to speak on non-agenda related items. And so I think most, if not all, are still here. And so I'm going to read this, and we will hear from individuals who desire to speak on non-agenda related items. All public comments at regularly scheduled meetings should be limited to school district governance and operations. If you have a specific concern related to an employee of the district or a specific student, you are encouraged to utilize the district's grievance procedures provided in board policies FNG, DGBA, and GF Local. Please note that the board will not respond to comments or questions raised during public comment. Pursuant to Prosper ISD Board Policy BED Local, audience participation at board meetings is limited to the portion of the meeting designated to receive public comment in accordance with that policy. When necessary for effective meeting management or to accommodate large numbers of individuals wishing to address the board, the presiding officer may make adjustments to public comment procedures, including establishing an overall time limit for public comment and adjusting the time allotted for each speaker. Again, tonight we have 8 individuals who are signed up. Each individual will be given 2 minutes to speak. At this time, we will hear comments related to items not on the agenda. The board will show each speaker courtesy and respect while he or she is speaking, and we simply ask each speaker to show the same to the board. Should any speaker disregard this request and become a disruption, I will be forced to prematurely end that speaker's time at the podium. Additionally, in light of issues we've experienced over the past several board meetings, I must reiterate a call for respect. While the board understands the presence of thoughts, feelings, and emotions, the recent demonstrations of self-control and decorum have deteriorated. I must make you aware that the board no longer allows for audible responses to a speaker's comments. Out of respect to both the speaker and the audience, I kindly ask that you completely refrain from clapping, cheering, yelling, booing, or otherwise audibly responding during this time. Failure to adhere to this request will be considered a disruption to the meeting. Should any audience member or group of audience members become a disruption, I will be forced to remove that person or group from tonight's meeting. Finally, it is important to the board that we hear from parents and other individuals in our own community. To that end, when each speaker gets to the podium, will you kindly let us know your name and whether or not you live within Prosper ISD boundaries? Our first speaker tonight for non-agenda related items is Mr. Kyle Sims. Mr. Sims here? Okay, our next speaker is Eileen Riverside. Good evening, Ms. Riverside.
I do have a question. Am I allowed to speak to an agenda item or no?
You can speak about whatever. Yes, ma'am.
Well, my name is Eileen. I live in Prosper Boundaries. I have 4 children. 2 of them are in ISD schools now. My husband has been a teacher here for 7 years out of the 17 of his teaching career. Sorry. So I brought a picture. This is a picture of my daughter on her 4th birthday with my 4-day-old behind her. She's on a Prosper ISD bus that was a shuttle for a festival that was going on. The reason why this is significant is through a series of conversations that I had with Mr. Frank, who was her bus driver. This was a copy of the picture that I gave to him. I gave a trophy of my child to a child molester, and I failed to protect my child. But I didn't fail alone. My child and others weren't even worth a text message for over 3 months. And beyond that, the systemic changes that were announced weren't made until there was a public outcry months later, and the accountability just wasn't there. The clarity, the transparency of the processes, and the accountability to prevent this from ever happening again still isn't there. The damage is done for my family, but it doesn't and it can't happen to anyone else. I still hear of stories that may be true, may not be true, but while it's still okay to fail, we have to learn from it and we have to do better. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Riverside. Our next speaker is Mr. Mike Bennett, followed by Shelley Krill. Good evening, Mr. Bennett.
All right, before Mr. Vessels comes up here, when the board sits in public meetings to conduct public business and hear the views of its citizens, it may not discriminate between speakers on the basis of the content or their speech or message it conveys. It seems to be an issue the last couple of times, right? A couple of awards ago tonight for the PR that goes on. especially tonight. I mean, little girls on the bus, no prayers for them, no comments, no nothing. So how long in the investigation? Oh, Frank, he wins the award for scapegoat. No comment regarding any actions on the board or the superintendent. Evidently, they done nothing wrong. Scapegoat Frank wins the award on that one. And still no answer on who the F sent the police to my doorstep. Silence again. And not one out of the 50 emails I've sent, no response either. So that's the kind of leadership you got up here, folks.
Thank you, Mr. Bennett. Our next speaker is Ms. Shelley Creel, followed by Samantha Kim.
Hello, my name is Shelley Creel. I live in Prosper Boundaries. When you talk about putting the pieces back together, I ask that you give full transparency. If we've asked many times. Please disclose the report so that we can also understand what happened, what we can do to help the ISD in their processes, to help better the future for our kids, put things in order so that these things don't happen again, and hold accountable anybody who did try to cover these things up for the sake of the Jamies. When you say, for the example of our children, I hope my children see that I do stand up for the Jamies. It matters and they matter more than the PR that goes against anybody or any district. My second point is that Walnut Grove was announced with the football district or with the football team that they will not be in district for football. And that is an absolute disgrace, especially for these students who don't have a choice which school they go to at this point. Those sophomores and freshmen that don't have a choice. This is failing the kids that have no choice and are forced already to leave their friends, but now not in the district until 2024, 2025. This is failing the kids, and you as the board in rush to open this. I don't know if there was some consideration that wasn't given or if there's something that you can do to fix this. So when you say that you want to be given the opportunity to fix something, this is where I give you that opportunity. This does need to be fixed for those kids. My next point is on the elections. Instead of plurality, why don't we make it a majority election?
I'm sorry, Ms. Creel, your time has expired. Thank you for your comments tonight.
I'm gonna, if I can, Mr. Wilborn, I'd
Yes,
like
ma'am.
to speak to that. So our students are going to be able to play varsity sports. We will have districting that comes out in February. And Coach Little, if I'm saying any of this incorrectly, but the fact that our children are not gonna play is actually not true.
I appreciate that. Thank you. I appreciate that.
welcome.
Our next speaker is Samantha Kim. Good evening, Ms. Kim, followed by Mr. James Pope.
Good evening. My name is Samantha Kim, and I live in Prosper ISD, within ISD, Prosper ISD. I was going to speak about an issue, but I think I need to talk about something else.
Okay.
Recently, I had the opportunity to read the federal lawsuit filings that our district is facing. And one thing really stuck out to me when I read it. It said that the bus driver confessed. I didn't know this before. This was quite shocking. So now I know he confessed. And he was not only employed for 1 year, he was employed for 3 years in our district. Some parents were notified about an incident. Not all parents were notified. He had access to our children for 3 years. And I heard the argument that the district did what it was legally obligated to do. But was that really the right thing to do? Was that really the moral thing to do? That man had access to our children for 3 years. All the parents who were exposed, all the children of the parents who were exposed to that man, they should have been notified by the district, not notified by a lawsuit, not notified by an article that they read. So again, I ask you, was it really our standard that we just do what is legally obligated by the district, or should we really do what's right? And you talk about we need to move forward together. There's a lot of negativity, divisiveness, and us versus them currently going on in this district. I absolutely hate it. But for us to all move forward, we need to rebuild trust. And to do that, we need honesty, we need truth, we need accountability, and we need transparency. So let's please rebuild the trust. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kim. Mr. Pope? Good evening, good sir.
Good evening.
Mr. Pope is followed by Scott Caulfield.
My name is James Pope. I am a resident here in Prosper. I've got 2 special needs kids in the district. I was originally going to start it differently, but Elaine came out here again, and I'm going to make it very clear. I stand with this woman 100%, and that will never change. And let me give you an example of what I saw was very divisive. And I'm hoping, Mr. Wilborn, that we do heal and that we do see other people's point of view. But I want to point something out that happened at the meeting when this individual here and others came and poured their hearts out. I remember that meeting, standing in line. It was hot outside, and the doors were locked at 6:30. When I got inside, I noticed 2 individuals that were in the room prior to the doors being open, standing to the right, wearing stickers that said, "I support Prosper ISD," while other parents were passing out blue ribbons for what occurred to these students. Yet that was not recognized by any of the people that were standing over there to the side. I've heard the saying, I don't know if it's still on, I've heard the saying, better together. Well, that was not a moment of better together. That was decisive, very, very separated, rubbed a red edge into the ground again, separating us. And that's what we can't have. We have to build that trust again. That's all I have to say about that. But I want to go back. What I originally was going to talk about is to recognize Mr. Jones and the staff that's at Prosper High School. They're amazing. I've been on that floor many times, and I see how much they love and care for those students every single day. More people need to volunteer to see that part of what's going on in Prosper. As we all know, there was a post that was made on social media. Let me make it clear. I am not here to change Texas or Prosper PISD. I came here to save my children from where we left.
Thank you, Mr. Pope. Your time has expired. Mr. Caulfield? Good evening.
Evening.
Followed by Laura Caulfield.
Hello, my name is Scott Caulfield. I live in and have children in Prosper ISD. I'm speaking to you tonight as a survivor of child abuse to thank you for voting to implement the opt-in resources under Senate Bill 9. Most of my elementary and middle school years were spent in fear of my dad. I dreaded hearing his car pull in the driveway after work, and extended times together like weekends and winter break were the worst. I came to school too many days showing signs of an abusive home. Marks, bruises, and even my eyes swollen shut. Statistics suggest 1 in 7 children experience child abuse. That means 3,500 of the 25,000 kids in Prosper ISD could be abused. As a survivor and a father, it breaks my heart. Thank you to the board for ending the delayed implementation of these opt-in resources and for your votes to make them available. In doing this, you have shown leadership. You have helped break the cycle of abuse for children in our district and truly put kids first. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Caulfield. Ms. Laura Caulfield?
I am Laura Caulfield, and I am a parent in Prosper ISD. It is School Board Appreciation Month, and it is important to speak these things because the majority of parents in our district support and stand with you, our school board. Let me say that again. The majority of parents support and stand with you. Prosper is waking up. Mr. Wilborn, thank you for your kind, steady leadership as our school board president. You're a blessing. Mr. Cavender, you're an experienced parent in our district, which helps guide you in decision-making for all PISD students. Mrs. Smith, as our most tenured school board member, you set a positive example in not sharing confidential information with our community. Mr. Beavers, your high regard to transparency and commitment is always at the front of what is best for all children in our district, not just your own. Mrs. Dixon, you have a continued impact in our district with teachers, knowing they are heard, supported, and listened to. You focus on every teacher and student much more than promoting your own public image. And Mr. Dial, as one of our most newly elected school board trustees, thank you for the integrity and honesty in which you ran your campaign. Kids and teachers are first in your decisions, and you take actions that back that up. Mr. Linker, thank you for serving on our school board. Thank you for your time, and I'm so thankful for our school board.
Thank you, Ms. Caulfield. To each one of our speakers tonight, thank you for signing up. This is both on agenda-related and non-agenda related. It can be difficult sometimes to stand up in front of a room. Thank you for standing up to speak.
Especially to our students, because I get nervous sitting here, and I can't imagine as a student having to go in front of a room of adults. So I applaud you. That is remarkable, and yet another testament to the excellent parents you have and the courage you have. So
Absolutely.
thank you.
Thank you to each one of you. We're at agenda item 14, report from the superintendent. Dr. Ferguson?
Yeah, so I want to thank the Prosper ISD School Board. This is actually something that we'll start doing each and every month. You may or may not know, but I have superintendent goals that I work towards along with the staff, specifically the leadership team, and then the school board, and really bringing into light how do these goals actually play out for our students. So the power of choice within Prosper ISD, when we look at our innovative learning, we just recently had our spelling bee for our students, and we went 12 rounds at Rogers Middle School. I got kicked out about round 3, but they let me take a picture because Miss Scoggin was there and she was kind enough to let me jump in. But absolutely incredible. The young lady standing next to me, some of you probably recognize her. Her name is Nasa Modi, and she is a senior at Rock Hill High School. I met Nasa when she was in about 7th grade at Reynolds Middle School, where Justin Goldsmith is the principal. And at that time, she had taken 2nd in the nation in the spelling bee. Remarkable. And Miss Scoggin, I want to give her a shout out. She actually thought about the power of the student and the power of their leadership. She invited Nasa to actually run the actual spelling bee. So who better to know exactly how to run a spelling bee than not only a 2nd in the nation, but also 1st in the nation on our health science spelling terminology. And she did a fabulous job. The care and concern that she had for the students, the way that she supported each of the parents too, because they're very competitive, very competitive. And I was just so proud of her, but also very proud of our students. Some of those students standing before you, the young man in kind of the pink colored, red colored shirt, he actually went to the spelling bee as a 1st grader. He's now a 3rd grader. And it is incredible what these kids can do. So I just wanted to make sure that you all see what is actually happening and playing out within our school district that taps into those goals and performance objectives that I give you. And then FFA, we just came from the Collin County show, and you want to talk about leadership and innovation at its finest. Our students, if you ever want to teach your child how to truly care for something else, FFA is the way to go. You're 24/7. It never stops. The animal has to be fed, it has to be watered, it has to be walked, it has to be cared for, and they get sick just like children do, and that responsibility falls on our children. But I also want to say a shout out to our FFA teachers. They are absolutely incredible. They get calls on Christmas Eve or during a winter break, and they have to try to find a small animal vet or a large animal vet and make sure that that animal makes it through to the show. We're not going to talk about what happens after that, because that sometimes is a trail of tears. But we also have entomology as well as horticulture, and we have leadership skills that our students can participate in with the FFA. So I want to make sure that I highlight that as part of our innovative learning that we offer in Prosper ISD. I want to thank the Prosper ISD School Board. We just attended training in Georgetown, Texas. And so many fabulous things came out of that training on how to really advocate for your local school district. And one of those things that was born out of that was the superintendent report to be added into our school board. And each of the members have met with me individually to talk about what their hopes, dreams, and aspirations are and what their vision is for Prosper ISD moving forward, and to give me feedback. And one of the things that continued to come up was this would be a nice addition to our school board meetings to be able to really share the story of Prosper ISD and highlight the amazing things that our students and staff are doing, but also tied directly to our goals. My goals, your goals. And my goodness, this group right here, these men and women are so vitally important to the success of our school district. So if you're an officer, if you'll just step forward. I know I see Officer Rainwater back there. He's trying to hide. And I want to thank our officers for everything that they do. And I also want to thank the school board. You all made this a possibility and a reality. And none of us knew what was coming in the future with Uvalde ISD. But the district that was the most prepared in the state of Texas was Prosper ISD, because of your commitment and your vision from so many years ago to say that our students matter that much, that we would make sure that we had law enforcement present. I get the question very often, are these student or school resource officers, are they security guards? No and no. These are certified TCOLE peace officers. They have a long history in the Collin County Sheriff's Department or working in departments in the area, both in Grayson and Collin County. And we are so very fortunate to have these men and women. They have a heart for our children. If you ever get a chance to watch them interacting with our kids, it is something truly special. And Chief Chad Vessels does an outstanding job. I think I've said this before to Dr. Bradley, but Chief Vessels needs to teach us all how to hire the absolute best with the biggest heart for kids that you could ever see. These men and women will truly go to the edge of the earth, and they have an expectation set forth by us that they would have 500 positive interactions with a student who has been in school kindergarten through 12th grade in our school district. And I will tell you that this far exceeds that. Their interactions are every second of every day. They're not sitting in the office just hanging out, waiting for something to happen. They are reading to our kids. They're working car lines. They're working traffic to make sure we can get in and out of high schools and all sorts of things in between. They step on buses every day to make sure kids are getting off those buses safely and that we're secure. And there are so many other things that they do to really protect and serve. And so it is my honor to be the superintendent, but I want to say thank you from the bottom of my heart to our Prosper ISD School Board for what you have done for our students. This is one of the best things, truly, that you all have done through your leadership. And then tomorrow, we actually have the State of the Community. So I'll be in a dual battle with Mayor Bristol. He's threatened to beat me at this, but we'll see. But we will actually be presenting information about the state of the district in a year of reflection. One of the items that I'm really proud of for our school board is the milestones. So we're going to give you a 20-year overview, and it's absolutely mind-blowing when you think about what's happened in this district in 20 years. And I know some of you have been in the district either as a parent or a school board member or whatever role you might have been playing. And so you've seen a lot happen, and it is incredible, absolutely incredible, but always with the focus for the benefit of our students. The Prosper Education Foundation, I know I've given them a shout out already, but I will say it once again. We could not do what we do without the support of the Prosper Education Foundation. They have donated over $700,000 for teacher grants, for student scholarships, for programs and initiatives that we have. And the one thing that I love that is just a blast, and I know Mr. Linker and many of you were also participating in these, but going out to campuses to go honor these amazing educators, we cannot lift them up enough for the work that they do each and every day. The work of a teacher is hard, harder than it has ever been. And our teachers continue to show up with a smile on their face and serve our students at the highest level. And I cannot thank them enough. And I know we have a ton of parents who believe in them and see this work playing out each and every day. And we are blessed beyond measure in Prosper ISD with the incredible educators we have. So we've got to continue to recruit those teachers in. Tell your friends, tell your neighbors, tell everybody you know, send them our way. We're having a job fair on February 11th. Thank you, Ms. Hunt, our Chief Human Resource Officer, for getting that together.
Is
I
that it?
think that's it.
All right. Okay, that takes us through our public agenda for tonight. We're at agenda item 15. We're going to go into closed session under Texas Government Code 551.071, .072, .074, .076. We appreciate you spending the night with us. The time is now 9:15 p.m. and we're going to go into closed session. Once we're done with that, we'll come back out into open session to take action on any items that are necessary coming out of closed session. Have a good night, everyone.
Get your friends.
11:48 PM, and we are back from closed session. We're now at agenda item 16A, consideration and possible action regarding hiring of contract personnel. I'll ask for a motion.
I move that all contract personnel that we approve all hiring of contract personnel presented by administration.
Thank you, trustee Dial. Is there a second?
I second.
Thank you, trustee Cavender. All in favor? That is all 7 of us. Agenda item 16B, consideration and possible action regarding the superintendent contract. I'll ask for a motion.
I'll make the motion. I move to extend the superintendent's contract through the 2027-2028 school year, consistent with the discussion in closed meeting.
Thank you, trustee Dixon. Is there a second?
I'll second.
All right, got it. And a third. So trustee Smith.
Either or.
All right, trustee Smith, thank you for that. All in favor? That is all 7 of us. All right. If there are no objections, I think we have gone through the entire agenda tonight. It's almost Tuesday morning. It's 11:49 PM and the meeting is adjourned.